Very good morning, everyone. That was quite an enlightening session by Mr. Satish Marathe, where he shared some really wonderful perspectives on what is going around in the cooperative banking sector. What are the new areas of development in the cooperative banking sector? What is it that is required by this enormous number of packs in the cooperative banking sector, the enormous number of credit societies in the cooperative banking sector, and the enormous number of UCBs in the cooperative banking sector to come together and orchestrate an interesting strategy for inclusion for the people. When it comes to inclusion, one of the largest and the most effective thing that comes into picture is the digital transformation. We are in a digitally transforming world, and we have so many possibilities happening with the kind of innovations that are coming into the sector. There are a lot of fintech innovations coming in. The existing companies are also innovating in a big way. Analytics, cloud, security, RPA, these are some of the buzzwords that many of the people are listening to. Quite a lot of this are also alien to the cooperative banking sector as of today, but the sector is slowly innovating, the sector is slowly leapfrogging. There are a lot of difficulties when it comes to the legal, when it comes to the technology, when it comes to the people, and at the same time, harnessing all this is also quite important. Let us learn from this wonderful luminary panel today, comprising of our moderator, Mr. Yusuf Lenwala, who is the IT advisor at Saraswat Bank and has been a noted IT advisor for quite a lot of cooperative banks in his last 20 years of association with the cooperative banking sector. Welcome, Yusuf, to lead the show. So, along with Yusuf, we have got Aarti ji. Aarti Dole is the Chief Information Officer of Cosmos Bank, which is the second largest cooperative bank in the country. So, we have the largest, the second largest, and the third largest bank with us. So, Aarti ji, welcome to this entire conversation on digital transformation. Uh, we also have Mr. Santosh Mohile, who is the head of IT at SVC Cooperative Bank, the third largest cooperative bank, urban cooperative bank in the country. Santosh is also from a very interesting technology background with leading names like Infosys behind him in his career. And now he heads the third largest cooperative banking company, which has got a very strong tradition of cooperative banking behind it. Uh, Welcome, Santosh, to this interesting conversation.
Thank you.
Uh, we also have Vishal Rathod, who is the Chief Information Officer of NKGSB Bank. Again, a very noted, forward looking, technology savvy bank. We have tried to make sure that we have all the gems of the cooperative banking sector when it comes to technology implementation and understanding with us in this conversation. Vishal, welcome to this wonderful conversation. Another interesting person I would like to introduce you to is Mr. Bhaskar Rao, who is the AGM IT. He heads IT at Vasai Vikas Bank. I know Bhaskar for past 15 years at least when he has been into the field of IT. I don't know before that as well he has been quite into IT, but for 15 years we have been always in touch. Thank you very much, Bhaskar, for making it for this conversation. And he has been a medium bank, but very well run IT setup in this bank. We look forward to knowing more from your learnings, Bhaskar. And last but not the least in this panel is Suhas Patil of Infosys Pinnacle. Suhas is also an industry veteran. He has spent quite a number of years in Pinnacle, prior to which he has also been handling cash management, treasury at audit at various interesting companies across India. So, Suhas, welcome to this interesting conversation. You have been empowering a lot of banks, and many of these banks seem to be your customers also. So, you must be really smiling. Uh, so, Yusuf, over to you for a leading of this conversation. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry. I think I was muted by the system. Thank
Yes.
you, Babu, for the introduction of the session and of the panel. So it makes my task easier because I think the expectations are very clear uh, to the participants of this panel discussion. And I think it's a very important panel discussion on digital transformation. And I think, you know, because digital transformation is a top priority on all banks, and because driven by the prospect of innovative transformation by new technologies and leveraging those new technologies, banks are sort of engaging in digital transformation initiatives and which are focused on new business processes, services, competitive strategies, customer interactions, and so on. So in short, digital transformation is equal to change multiplied and amplified by technologies. Now, to give you a more sort of comprehensive uh, definition of digital transformation, there was one proposed by a senior analyst from MIT, and he said that digital transformation marks a radical rethinking of how an organization uses technology, people, and processes to fundamentally change business performance. And if you go back to the 90s, we talked about BPR. BPR, this is nothing but implementing technology to do business process reengineering in a sense. Okay. So if you want to think of it in a different way, when if you go back many years, when the earlier cartoon films were produced by Disney in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, the method of doing the cartoons was essentially hand-drawn cartoons done by a huge team of artists, and then uh, using cameras to show the film on a larger format. All that has changed now, because now you use high-end computers, you use digital technologies, you use for creating the immersive user experience. And as a result of this, the manual has been transformed to a digital format, as a result of which hundreds and thousands of films are produced, better quality films are produced, the experiences are better, and as a result of which there is a greater degree of adaptation, the greater degree of acceptance by the customers. So imagine today if Disney was to use a pencil paper format for uh, doing cartoons. So similarly, many businesses today are adopting newer technologies for doing this, and digital transformation essentially is appending that. So Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, had very succinctly summarized the common vision of digital transformation for the world's top CEOs: the desire to use digital technology to change business outcomes. Okay, so in our panel today, we would like to obviously explore how digital transformation strategy is created, articulated um, within the organization, and how it is implemented, and what are some of the challenges that we face as we go along the journey for digital transformation. So some of the factors that this disruptive impact would have obviously is driven by the fact that our customers have become disruptive. The demands from customers have become disruptive. The expectations from our shareholders and stakeholders have become higher, much higher. There are disruption from new players, who are starting off with no baggage. I mean, most of the banks here are more than 50, 60, 70 years old. So we carry a lot of baggage. And therefore, for us to transform obviously comes with its all inherent challenges which are there. And there are disruptions of employees because we also need to hire new employees who expect an environment which is tech savvy. Otherwise, we don't get the best people. So, keeping that factor in mind, I would like to obviously, since we have several banks who have actually implemented some of these strategies. Maybe we can start with Aarti to tell us how far has the bank traveled in the journey for digital transformation now, and what are some of the hurdles and opportunities you have observed as the CEO of the bank, which you have overcome to be able to address some of these challenges and leverage some of the benefits of digital transformation?
Thank you, Yusuf.
You'll have to switch off one of the devices. Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Now you're clear.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, absolutely. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Yusuf. I will first like to thank Babu Nair and Banking Frontier for giving me an opportunity to be the panelist. And yeah, as you said, Yusuf, the digital transformation is the buzzword today, and uh, it is changing the total banking industries as well as the financial sector. So, what we can think about the earlier banking, banking is done in a traditional way, and banks were adding the digital products. You can say the digital products are a technology leveraging how we can provide the services to our bank, to our customers who are banking with us. So it is just adding digital product to our journey, and then bank we are trying to put the experience that how the banks are giving the technological services to the customers. But then the era come that user has demanded lot of things, and the user were more focusing on the experiences that are expected from the bank. So there had to be a digital transformation. So last 4 5 years, the shift has changed from the digital product to the digital transformation, and it's now become a necessity because the banks have to strengthen the customer engagement, and they have to be on the personalized offering to the customers. So it has become now the necessity, and also the banking paradigm has changed due to the several factors. We can say the external factors which are regulatory change or consolidation, then competitive forces that are driving the banking industry, then changing consumer expectations, customer expectations, and the technological changes that are actually every now and then coming into the industry, that is impacting. And now COVID-19 is another factor that is driving the total banking industry as well. So let me talk about a story of JP Morgan Chase. A few years back, JP Morgan CFO Marin Lake has announced that they are now a technological company. So they have invested around 40,000 people into the company who are creating the technologies and intellectual properties for them. They also invested $9 billion into the investment into the technology, as well as around $2 billion into the cyber security. So why such a company is required to spend a lot of in the tech? Because the company needs to meet the demands of the customer. So they want to create a technological experience, and they want to make their employees also aware of how the technology can lead the banking. So in that sense, they have invested in the technological aspects. The challenges which we are facing in the banking industry, like if you are where the expectation of the customers are rising, and they are increasing their transactions there there is a declining of the branch traffics. Branch traffic are declining due to the bandwidth requirement. Then there is a surging competitions in the non-financial of the non-financial players in the sector. Also, there is a regulatory pressure from the regulatory authorities like RBI, IBA. So all these things are leading to the challenges to the banking industry. So we have to be on the digital transformation in the banking and financial services, which will lead the certain characteristics for the digital transformation. So these characters I will just touch upon because it is very much necessary that we should have a collaborative kind of a approach from the organization. So everybody in the organization should have a shared vision, and a vision which will be derived to the digital transformation. Then we will have to have the cultural aspect on the digital transformation, because if you are thinking traditionally, it doesn't mean that you will be able to cope up with the digital transformation. You have to think in a traditional way. So
I'm sorry, we can't hear you, Arti.
Let us move on to the next question till the
Okay,
time is back on
right.
the.
So, we had an
yeah,
interesting.
for
Sorry,
the
okay, go ahead. Yeah,
disturbance.
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. And then you have to have the cloud based approach. So you have to be agile in that adapting the technology. You can't say that today whatever I am offering, tomorrow it will be the same.
Let's move on to Santosh or Bhaskar for the second question because we are also up with time, Yusuf.
Yeah. Okay. So, maybe perhaps I could ask Bhaskar, to step in and uh, explain to us some of the key digital drivers that are working for the cooperative banking business, and also, in the current context, how has COVID impacted some of this, and how has COVID perhaps accelerated some of these transformations? So maybe Bhaskar can give us his views of what they have done in Vasai with us. Bhaskar?
You're on mute, Bhaskar. Bhaskar, you are on mute.
Hello,
Good morning,
Yeah,
everybody.
yeah,
Good morning, Yusuf.
am
Good
I
morning,
audible?
Babu.
yeah. We will continue with Bhaskar Artiji, then we will come back to you.
Babu, thank you very much for the presentation. Yusuf, I would say that I am there in the industry from last almost 16 years. Almost 16 years, I joined the banking industry from 2004 onward. Earlier, I was into technology, and particularly in the e-commerce industry. I was basically looking after e-commerce industry, rolling out new product and how the entire technology used to work on that time. I was basically into that, totally in a different environment altogether. It's not like this today. What we have in the e-commerce industry, that segment was altogether different. Because today we have Amazon, Flipkart, so many people have come out. But when I joined the cooperative sector, trust me, Yusuf, on that time there were only I think three banks. Three banks, if I'm not mistaken, Cosmos, Bharat Cooperative, and Kapoor. These three banks were in the CBS. Then I have seen the entire segment. I traveled also many places, and I could find how these banks are going to survive in the such a technological revolution, because which is going to happen as per the RBI's vision document, Vision 2020 document, which RBI had come out with. It was really surprising because these people technologically they were very weak. Technologically, I would say very weak. The people, because basically they are from the banking background and they are associated with the social networking, connected with the social networking. So it was difficult for them. Then I found out the revolution in the entire cooperative sector. It was amazing, really. I must appreciate the entire sector for this. The way they have moved it from the traditional banking to the present day of technology banking. It's amazing, amazing journey for me. I must hats up to all the cooperative bankers really. Really, it was a great journey. I would say today, when we talk about digital technology, it is altogether different. We are when we are talking about technology, we are not like private sector. Private sector, they are having money, they are having technology people, they are having all kind of resources they have. But the same thing is not with the cooperative sector. In corporate sector, we have a lack of a lot of things. You talk about people, you talk about technology, you talk about resources. We have so many things are there in the corporate sector. But in spite of that, the entire sector has rolled out from the traditional banking to the today's banking, which is altogether amazing. Really, it was very great. When we talk about digitization, digitization comes to not only for the payment segment. When we are talking about digitization, we talk about payment sector. कि payment section में हमने क्या किया, right? We talk about that कि हमने payment में क्या किया. When you talk about digitization, you look at private sector banking and cooperative banking. We are largely stuck to mobile banking, rather IMPS. We talk about UPI because some of the banks are connected, not all banks, but many banks are connected in the UPI. Then we talk about what you call NFS and all these things. But when it comes to digitization, you have to migrate your entire sector. You have to think in a different way altogether. That is definitely lagging behind. In other words, if you talk to if I say the digitization in the sense not only for the payment, we have currently we have UPI, we have IMPS, we have so many segments we already have. But are we actually digitizing our own product, which is required in the current scenario, which is required in the current scenario, digitize your own product also. You have to go to market, you have to tell people, okay, this is my product. And those things have to be digitized in the current scenario. That is definitely has to be. Which is definitely most of the banks doesn't have, barring a few banks which are there right now. Second thing is that using of social media. Cooperative banks are not using that much for social media. Social media is having a far reachability, huge reachability. It can go to any length, anywhere it can go around. That is one area where cooperative banks has to work on it, and they have to go on the social media to explore the possibilities of that. Another thing is that the AI. AI, analytic intelligence, which is again a very useful tool for the banks because many private banks they are using it. So, simple example: suppose I visited one of the apps, private bank app, and I've gone to the say loan just to see what is the loan, what is they are offering, and what is their top process they have, and what rates they are offering, what could be the EMI. I just gone to that, disconnected. Within few minutes, trust me, the phone will come. Sir, you are searching for the loan, isn't it? If I'm wrong, please correct me. Yes, they will call me. You're searching for a loan. I said, yes, I'm searching for a loan. But see, these kind of technology in the cooperative banking has to lead. See, every time we say कि हम लोग cooperative banking है हमारे लिए ये possible नहीं है वो possible नहीं है, that is gone days. When I said 2004 and 2011 is a huge difference. The entire sector is changed a lot. The entire sector is changed. It's a huge difference. Today we have all kind of technology, and even the banks which were thinking कि ये हमारे लिए possible नहीं है. Even those banks are offering IMPS. Those banks are offering UPI. Those banks are offering. If they don't have internet banking, they are offering internet for the viewing purpose. Today the scenario is changed. You see, everything is banking on the move. Banking on the move. It is not possible. You are sitting anywhere. You should be able to access the banking technology. That is what things are to be added. And you said another thing about COVID-19. I think it's a boom for the cooperative banking. What I would say, really, I would say it's a boom for the cooperative banking that really added the cooperative banking to move to the digital channels. And many banks have worked on it, and many banks have really worked on it, and they are giving all sort of payment system. Because if you don't give such technology, then you will be out of it. It will be difficult for you to sustain in the industry. That is definitely it is there. And many banks have given. They talk about UBI, you talk about mobile banking, you talk about any other things. Another thing, what I would say, is cooperative banking because we are reaching in the far areas of the country, to move to remote areas of the country. And many banks might be having the payment technologies. may not be having a payment technology. I would say like colleges, schools you talk about, institutional payments you talk about. That was really a boom for the cooperative industry because in the pandemic, people were not able to go and to make the payment physically. This was one of the area where we should think on it because payment integration is definitely a need of the hour. Like schools and colleges, the entire payment in the past 1 year is everything on the digitized. Everything is digitized, everything online payment, everything is digitized. That is one area we should think on it. We should collaborate with the bank, with the colleges, with the schools, wherever we are reaching. Anywhere you talk about from Tamil Nadu to Kashmir, we have every location. Our cooperative banks are there, so we can go to them. We can help them how they can digitize their payment system, how they can collect the fees from the student, from the whatever you talk about. We can talk to that. This is one area I would definitely say.
Thank
Anything
you,
if
Bhaskar. Yeah.
Let's get into
Yeah.
the next point
Yeah,
because
thank you, Bhaskar. I because I think we are sort of
yeah,
clocking. Unfortunately, with this environment, we have no option but to be specific to time, and we don't have the luxury of extending the time. So,
the system
pardon me.
actually streams
Yeah,
in time.
yeah. Pardon me for interjecting. But Santosh, we're talking about investment, infrastructure. A lot of us have made investments in huge infrastructure already or in the past. How is the existing infrastructure and the existing core banking, for example, driving our digital transformational activities? And what do you think is required to accelerate technologically, as a platform to build around the existing infrastructure, as it were, rather than breaking it down and rebuilding the whole thing? So your experiences from perhaps SVC.
Yeah. So thanks, Yusuf, and good morning to all. Yeah, I think the topic is so interesting that everybody wants to put in their views and contribute a lot to this topic. Yeah. So digital, in my opinion, is a journey, adoption journey. And why I say journey, because it's constantly evolving. We cannot say today what we are doing may not change tomorrow. And that is also landscape of your technology is also changing. So how do we adopt to this changing landscape of technology, and what are the components of the architecture? Because it is very, very critical to make sure that whatever services in form of digital we are offering to our end customers, our partners, and our business correspondents, it has to be very stable, secured, and given a consistent experience to the end user. So talking about architecture, there are two terms which are very commonly used. One is system of records and systems of engagement. So talking about systems of records are your core systems, more of it of the core banking, which is your accounting engine in a traditional way. And systems of engagement are the touch points like your channels, your ATMs, your e-banking, mobile banking, POS, Visa payment systems, which are taking your digital initiatives, your products to the masses. Now, all these have to connect to your end systems in the architecture. You talked about the systems which we require to be at the core banking side. Traditional core banking was looked upon as more of an accounting system doing MIS, regulatory reports, etc., etc. But with digital kicking in, the expectations are now different. Your core banking also has to be digitized or be adaptable to digitization because it is more open now. It is talking about API integrations, being open to partners via API gateways, taking in different protocols, and all this is now forming a layer above that accounting layer. So whenever we are changing a core banking system or we are upgrading our core banking system, these points are very critical to make sure that what is your vision on your digital roadmap and how your core banking is going to support your initiatives in this journey. Because if they are not in sync, then you will have issues. Talking about how do we accelerate digitization, in my opinion, there are four critical points which everybody follow. One is people meaning people skilling, people's mindset to change, to adopt. Then processes are very important. We talked about BPR, business process re-engineering, which has to go hand in hand with any digital change which happens in your organization or the bank, because typical processes and digitization of that process requires a process change. So people, processes. Third is, in my opinion, is the technology, which is the platform which you adopt. It could be cloud, it could be PaaS, SaaS, API gateway. These are the platforms which are available for you to give your digital technology to the people. So people, processes, technology, and last and very important is partnership. So I believe the innovation is the key to digitization. And this innovation can be brought in by doing partnership with fintechs and new players who are bringing very innovative solutions and helping banks to roll it out to their customers. Also, partnership with the regulators, because we require guidance from their side on how do we proceed, what are the limitations. In fact, just a few days back, a working committee was formed for digital lending. So some guidance will be coming on that, because a lot of adoptions are happening on digital lending space, and also from the uh, community, which is the users. So banks, like cooperative banks, within themselves, they should form a group and share their ideas and take next steps. So these people, processes, technology, and partnership is something which we can take as a framework to take digital and accelerate this entire process. Yeah, that's all from my side.
Yeah, excellent. I think you hit the nail on the head, and I think without any of these four components, it is impossible to architect, your whole journey, because you need all the four components equally. And so from a perspective, Vishal, of NKJS, because NKJSP has transformed very recently from a technology perspective by changing the core banking and then moving in the direction that we are talking about. So the how do you how did NKJSP, for example, segregate between what needs to be replaced versus what needs to be tweaked, within the digital transformational journey? And also, perhaps, if you could very briefly touch upon maybe emphasis on security also, because security plays a important role in the underlying architecture. How did how did you invest in that and build a secure platform as a result of this?
Hello. Uh, Thanks, Yusuf. Good morning, everybody. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, sir, I have a little different point of view here on digitization. I feel that there is no cookie cutter approach that we should be using, where one shoe fits all
Mhm.
kind of a strategy. We have to be very careful about choosing what technology should we adopt and what we should not adopt. So I feel that over digitalization should also not be done. We are cooperative banking sector, so we have to look at our customer base. And one thing which is unique in cooperative banking sector is the personal touch that we give to our customers. So I do feel that digitizing everything would obviously make doesn't make sense. That's what my opinion is in the cooperative sector right now, as of now. Second, I'll come to the point in the interest of time. Uh, what needs to be tweaked and what needs to be replaced in the digital strategy? I feel that whatever is working, you make it better. So you don't need to change it. You can make it better. You can enhance it. Something like the digital channels that we are having right now, the mobile banking, internet banking. They are essential nowadays, and it needs to be tweaked or enhanced or keep on making it better. So these are the set of things that needs to be tweaked. And the other things which needs to be replaced, I would say that things which are not making sense in your long term strategy, which are high cost incurring elements, that those things we need to change. So for example, in NKJSB recently we changed our MPLS network with the SD-WAN network. So the major benefit that we derived out of it is obviously the cost saving that we got, and also SD-WAN technologies uptime, network uptime is much better than the MPLS network. That is because obviously MPLS is, that's the way it is architected, the MPLS network connections. So these are the few points which I would like to say on what needs to be tweaked and replaced. Another thing is the security part. Cyber security has become essential, obviously because of the more digitalization that we do. Uh, our attack surface is increasing. It is becoming more and more. So obviously the cyber security is also becoming very important. We have invested a lot. In fact, I would say the major budget, up to 60% of our budget is going towards cybersecurity. That itself speaks, how much focus we have on the cybersecurity part.
That's
So
right.
yes, so these are my viewpoints in short.
Thank you very much. Suhas, from an Infosys and let us say from a partner perspective, and I think it's a very important partner to the whole process of digital transformation, because four out of the five panelists, three out of the four panelists here are your customers, if I'm not mistaken. I think, sorry, four out of the five panelists are your customers. And we're very happy to hear about Babu saying that you do cash management. So we are hoping that some of the cash comes back to us as a result of the investment that we've made with Finacle. But how do you see organizations in the cooperative banking sector perspective looking at the new digital possibilities? What is your view as a partner?
Yes, I thank you very much, and pleasure to talk with all the esteemed panel, and happy to see like all my customers here in this forum. Very interesting seminar where we talk about Hello Digital. We have come a long way. To be very simple, the first time we heard digital when we talked about year 2000, and now then it became the banner for everyone that 2020. So that is where the whole digital words started coming in, the numbers started coming in, the vision started coming in when everyone spoke about 2020. All the IT company, all the banking sector, everyone were talking about vision 2020, how to engage better to the customer, what best services, what best products each company will come, and everyone was talking all around the story. And then a lot of learning to came at that same time when COVID came. We took a pause. We just revisited our strategies, our product and roadmap, and then yes, 2021 again we are back with the new normal. So what the change was like using the basic stuff, like using the basic hygiene, what we learned in COVID, hand wash, social distance, or just keeping the same. In technology, we started talking the same language. Okay, use digital, go more digital. Cash was to a limit, and all the product services started coming around the customer with the same norm, like the COVID norms, like do not share your password, do not use the best of the security, use the channels basically. So when it comes to our cooperative bank sector and what it happened, the change basically, and what company like Infosys started reworking, and already in this theme, we started offering in the digital format to our customers, to our end users, is offering services in terms of the digital was the e-banking. We got the best of the mobile banking solution. We are working on the new RPA project, chatbot. Then in terms of the system, the key was like how to engage better in using the technology platform by giving a better UI, how the software should be in terms of your application development server, using the best of the database, use the foundations of the software basically. So give a choice of open API, give the customer service like 24/7, allow them the real-time processing, allow multi capabilities and scalabilities, use the GUI, avoid the customization. So though these are the things which we started talking and offering. So what we could do and leverage, like the large and other PSU banks could leverage Finacle software in lot of terms, in terms of giving the product innovation, using the robust foundation. They could give innovative services to them. But even the cooperative bank, what we could see, they went in a simple stop steps, like okay, offering the channels basically using the omni-channel.
Sorry to interrupt. 30 seconds more.
Yeah. So at Finacle, we have come with a cloud solution, very simple, good solution to offer on a per month basis kind of thing. So they can leverage Finacle to the end user customer, giving good services using e-banking, mobile banking services, giving the digital lobby services, okay, chatbot, RBI, and of course, a lot of things around the business and analytics area. So the multiple offerings are there, and very interesting products offering to the customer, and the banks are available at Finacle at a very reasonable price and a good offer, sir.
Thank you, Suhas. I think very insightful. Of course, reasonable price is a matter of perception and interpretation, but that we'll leave to another discussion. But the important thing is that whether we take these initiatives, I think digital is here to stay, and there is no denying that the benefits of digital transformation will eventually pay off in all the banks. So thank you very much. I think you've been a great panel, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Yusuf. Before you end, there are a couple of things that I would like to, highlight to this panel also. Is that one is how can the industry as a whole? I think Santosh mentioned some interesting initiative. How the industry can share the patterns of fraud, how the industry can share its learnings together in a forum together. So there is something like this, umbrella organization which the NAFTA is forming. And under that, if some of the forward-looking CIOs come together, I am just talking to NAFTA, we can form a small panel of good forward-looking CIOs who want to share their knowledge with the industry and also help the overall segment prosper to share the pattern of fraud like FSISAC, which is a body in the US does. I'll share you some videos of that. It would be happening for everyone in the industry because ultimately you need to build trust when it comes to digital. Without trust, there is no digital. So how can we build trust? How can we build scalability? How can we build security? How can we build a robust infrastructure for the industry is what we need to work out. Technologies are always there, but how beautifully it cannot be Intel inside but idiot outside. It will not work. So you need to have the right kind of people also to implement these technologies. And of course, as leaders, all of you who are there in the panel have always been doing it interestingly. Let us spread it to others in the industry and help others also so that we can build a strong cooperative banking ecosystem. Thank you very much, everyone, for this wonderful panel. I would also request everyone to please visit the stalls. We have some 4 or 5 stalls at display, some very interesting products at display here. Apart from that, any banker who is visiting the bank from the bank for the first time into the store, it's a surprise gift at his home for visiting the store. So there is a small incentive here for every small visitor also here. And more importantly, please do take full advantage of this virtual platform. There is a photo booth also. Just go to the photo booth, click your picture and put it in our Facebook. We would love to have your presence in that, and we would love to see all of you networking with us, though it is not physically possible, at least virtually, at least. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. You had a wonderful conversation and look forward to more such engaging conversations in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to FCBA 2020, hosted in 2021. Friends, the next presentation today is a very wonderful presentation by Suhas Patil, who is the Senior Sales Director and Head of South Asia Business for Infosys Pinnacle. Welcome to FCBA 2020.
It's a pleasure to present Infosys and Pinnacle. Today I'm going to talk about empowering cooperative banks with truly digital capability. As we have completed 2020, the year of pandemic, unbelievable, and just to forget the year, a lot of learning. We have been reshaped by several forces in this new normal scenario. Few of them, economy, we underwent absolutely shrinking GDP. We are just expecting a growth. Socially, lot of learning. Social distance is something we learned a lot, and at the same time, the challenge was how to regain and reach out to the rising customer expectation. That was the key. Technology, it has given the opportunity to rethink and realign with the new normal. Cloud, SaaS offering, lot of new innovations have come up. competition, a complete challenge to the competition in terms of the best of the offering which one can reach to the customer, how fast you can reach, what best you can offer, that all remain. And coming lastly to our regulators, here to look at, they had to come out with a lot of new rules, guidelines given to the sector. And of course, the key motto was to improve efficiency and get the transparency. So for us, and rightly mentioned, all our urban banks, the challenging year, we never knew how to survive. We are just coming back. Quite a few handful of banks who have invested in technology were able to overcome and do better, while the challenge remains to many of the most of the banks in this sector to struggle and worry about the survival, worry about giving services to the end customer. All of the banks have invested some or other core banking solution at given point of time, and the challenge was, is that software relevant today? Is that software able to change and give any new innovation, and how it reacted to the new requirements of the regulators? Beyond that, of course, banks could survive on their own trust with their customer. They could engage better, and to certain extent, with some innovation, they have been surviving and struggling to give services. While others who outperformed, they could do it using the technology, using certain new requirements and quick resolution to the customer. So for Finacle, it was completely new. In this period, all our customer, we could engage better. They could offer a good service to a customer, and that was all possible because of the complete offering of the solution and the complete robust foundation of the Finacle application, which could give them the liberty, the leverage, using the Finacle solution architecture, using the technology, and using the engagement, using the functionality better to engage better with the customer, give the innovative solution, and operate better. Coming to the digital strategy, the entire digital strategy is based on the robust foundation. Digital strategy is something very important which offers which is based on the robust foundation. Infosys and Finacle, no introduction needed to our co-founders and the chairman and the board member. They have got in the trust, the roadmap, and the leadership with which Finacle has aspired and moved on in the world. What we have done, Finacle as a core banking solution, now today it is the most comprehensive solution offering all the services, including the core banking, the needed internet banking, mobile banking, payments, and all the new requirements post-COVID, which we will talk about. The solution is already leveraged and covering services more than 100 countries across. In terms of the world population, it is reached 16.5%, and that has made us the leaders in this industry. Many of this Gartner, one of the leading survey company, they have rated us as number 1 for the 13th time. So coming back to our sector and in India, what we have done, Finacle, the Made in India brand, we have been started from here, and we are here living for last 3 decades. The story of Finacle in India is quite popular. Today, it is one of the leading software covering most highest transactions or powering over 71,000 branches across the country, giving the results. Public sector bank, 10 out of 13 banks, we have been there. We already started with private banks, and we are there in 15. We could get into the foreign banks, and of course, we have an interesting story in the cooperative bank sector we will talk about. Coming to the banks where we are leveraging Finacle, the best and the most important was the public sector bank who started with the Finacle version 7 and then and later the national project of amalgamation which was undertaken by the banks like Bank of Baroda, Union Bank and Punjab National Bank have proved that Finacle banks are more flexible, have outreach reaching and could merge and get amalgamated in a given timelines. India Post Office is something, a place where Finacle could get in and give services and make a world record. Today, post offices, Finacle, we are proud to say that we have implemented Finacle workflow in India Post Offices, which is in all the remote location and the volume we have surpassed and reached to the end rural places. In private banks, we have stories like ICICI Bank, the private banks, Axis Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank, they use Finacle. They have been using for a lot of new technology innovations they did. So they could stay and roll Finacle smoothly right from their old version to the latest version. Same time, new upcoming banks like Paytm banks, then the payment banks, then NBFCs, they have been leveraged Finacle. Foreign banks who tried their stint in India, where after using it in overseas, they have able to leverage in India. Our story in cooperative banks is very, very relevant to all. That is where I believe you will want to hear us out. We started with smaller banks. We did a small bank like a Shirpur Bank. Cosmos Bank used us for over 15 years. NKGSB Bank, they have been leveraging our solution. So all these banks, basically, the story started with Cosmos, then NKGSB Bank, New India Cooperative Bank, Talupur Bank, Bharat Bank. Now all of them have crossed Finacle users and have leveraged all our modules basically. And with minimum customization and a lot of innovation, we are now confident that we can give a good service to this cooperative bank. One of the story which we will like to talk more was a Shivalik Bank recently, urban bank which onboarded with Finacle, leveraged the complete foundation of technology, completely started with core banking, e-banking, and then transformed their bank equal to the private bank. Here is a small video we will like to run for you.
Shivalik Bank is a new age technology focused bank. We started in September 1998 from the district of Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. At present, we have grown to 31 branches that are serving customers across 4 states in the heart of North India. Our vision is to become a prominent player in the Indian banking space, especially for the underbanked population.
We needed to improve our time to market on new products and services to effectively compete with the big banks, fintech players, and digital disruptors. A strong technology platform is also a prerequisite to our business focus of serving the underbanked.
We needed a partner with an industry-leading platform capable of providing seamless digital experiences to our customers.
We're proud to partner with Infosys Finacle to deliver the digital banking product suite on the cloud.
We chose the cloud and the managed services model because it provides us the flexibility to scale up at will in a cost-effective manner.
We chose Cloud4C, which is a Finacle certified partner, because it provides a secure and state-of-the-art cloud infrastructure. We migrated over 300,000 unique customers to the new platform within very competitive timelines. Finacle's robust API framework allows us to effectively implement open banking and easily collaborate with the external ecosystem.
Paperless account opening has brought added convenience to our customers. The customer today can open an account from the comfort of his home without the need to fill physical forms or visit a bank branch.
We chose Finacle because of their proven global experience, especially their experience in working with banks of all sizes across the world.
The internet and mobile banking applications have transformed our customer experience from a brick bank to a click bank.
The new digital platform has enabled us to provide a seamless and personalized customer experience across channels, devices, and touchpoints.
The synergies arising out of this transformation will drive future innovation at Shivalik Bank.
Another aspect which I would like to say on Shivalik Bank, today we are really happy and really nice to see that Shivalik Bank has now been shortlisted and awarded the small finance banking role, and we feel that they can do much better and offer better services using the Finacle software. Coming, what is more relevant and why Finacle is been leveraged by the banks? It's the same software which is being used by the public sector bank. The same software is being used by the private bank, and it is the market leader today. Today we have enhanced the Finacle with lot of new digital offering. We have the digital layer. We offer the robust or entire module, and lot of innovations are undergone with Finacle system. It is one of the best flexible system with the business logic, with the UI changes. Due to its own low TCO and faster deployment, very foreign banks have successfully implemented Finacle in the shortest time. If you see on the basic product offering, what we were able to do, and that is more relevant during this pandemic time where most banks have encashed on the same. On customer side, we have the complete workflows for the customer, be it on your KYC, be it on your customer cliff, your 360 view, your enterprise modules, your customer basic contacts, all are in place. Product offering, this is something we could do and add with our Finacle functional layers, including all the requirements basically needed for the entire banking system and India specific. Payment system, we have the complete workflow of right from UPI, IMPS, NACH, NEFT, a complete payment system, robust payment systems available. Finacle has shown the check processing capacity, be it in any form and connected to the surround system, be it your outward clearing, inward clearing, to all the complex clearing processes and integrations with the surround system. RBI was there to give a lot of new inputs coming like taxation in terms of the regulatory reporting system and day-to-day new systems given during this COVID times. All of them which were available and set right immediately after the circulars received from RBI, and that was the advantage for Finacle users to offer the same and implement those workflows as soon as when it was received, and it was seamlessly done with help of our team and support. Now coming to the question and more relevant thing, what we wish to do and come and offer to our cooperative banking sector. Key is that the same Finacle, what we have done in the private bank, in the PSU bank, the same Finacle is available, and we are coming with an offering to the entire cooperative banking sector. Important is bank doesn't need to own any infrastructure. Bank doesn't need to worry about the implementation process, the complete training and onboarding process. Everything is taken care with Infosys and our partner solution. With this SaaS offering, what we are coming up is we can able to give Finacle on a per month and per month subscription model, which one can start using it soon and implement Finacle in a short given time. This can help to overcome all the given crises and stay with a longer life with Finacle and offer the best of the services which all the rest banks are able to give in India and globally. So this is what I wanted to communicate, and really happy to take forward all your requirements and come to you one-on-one and answer all your queries regarding the solution and our offering on the Finacle Cloud for specifically for urban cooperative banks. Thank you very much. Thank you, Banking Frontier, for this event and this presentation. Thank you all. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Subhas. for a wonderful presentation, and it was quite insightful for the cooperative bankers to take a look at what kind of solutions, how you have redefined the route for the cooperative banks and made them much more stable, solution wise, or much more integrated solution wise, and much more reliable and trustworthy solution uh, to march into the digital age. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the entire Infosys team before we move on to our next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to FCBA 2020, which is being hosted on 2021. And all of you know the obvious reason why we are hosting it on 2021. But it is a great virtual world again. And the beauty is this entire episode of last year has forced all of us to go as digital as possible. And now we have become very comfortable with the digital world, attending the conferences, and we have all discovered that we have a lot more time to our lives now, where we avoid the travel as much as possible to all the meetings. And of course, we have been working extra hours and burning that extra oil too. Well, friends, welcome to this world of new normal, which is also the topic of discussion for this 14-year-old conference and awards function of FCBA. I am Babu Nair. I am the publisher and host for this session today. With me is a very, very strong luminary panel from some of the best banks in the country, and to share their views on how they are fast tracking their growth in the area of cloud. In this session, Hello Cloud. Let me introduce you to my first set of panelists here. These are two interesting people from the cooperative banking world, and that is Mr. Dhiman Turakia, who is the head of business at Kalupur Bank, and along with him is Mr. Srinivas Rao, who is the chief information officer. Kalupur Bank is the largest cooperative bank, urban cooperative bank based in Gujarat, and has been very, very tech savvy and forward looking bank in the state. Next is Mr. Yogesh Valunchkar, who is the CIO of DNSB, which is actually Dombivli Nagrik Sahkari Bank, a fantastic forward-looking cooperative bank based in the suburban town of Dombivli in Maharashtra near Mumbai. And it has got a very, very sturdy business history and a technology history in the last few years. Welcome, Yogesh, to the session. We have Mr. Avasti here from the Tata Communication, and he heads the cloud and MHS. The Tata Group has recently ventured into having focused solutions on cloud for the cooperative sector. Not that it did not have, it always had a lot of cloud, but related solutions, and they have been the market leaders in that. But they have recently ventured into providing some fantastic cooperative banking focused solutions for the cloud. We will know a lot from Mr. Rajesh in the conversations here. With me is Ms. Aarti Dole. Again, she is a veteran CIO from the second largest cooperative bank in the country, which has had the vision to be the first cooperative bank to go in for core banking. Welcome, Aarti ma'am, to this session. And we have, last but not the least, in this group is Mr. Dr. Jatin Naik, again, one of the largest cooperative banks in Surat, one of the most well-to-do banks in Surat and in Gujarat. It has been a flag bearer of the cooperative banking industry, a very well-to-do bank from the textile town and the diamond town of Surat. Welcome, Dr. Jatin Naik. It will be a pleasure to hear from each one of you.
Thank you.
So let's go to Mr. Dhiman Turakia. We have all come from the times of pandemic, and the focus has shifted to productivity. So I will put this question in two parts to you. One is the business and productivity, and the technology and productivity. So we should have all the due diligence given to the couple who is sitting there. You have both the IT and the business head.
Thank you, Nair sir. And it has always been a pleasure to be associated with the banking frontier, as also Nair sir. Very rightly, sir, you have initiated this. I must compliment Banking Frontier for initiating this particular talk. And as regards the Kalupur Commercial Cooperative Bank, which is the leading #1 cooperative bank in the state of Gujarat, and as of now, I am very happy to share that we are a 100% digital bank providing 24/7 and anywhere banking services to our customers. And the second thing is that this period has made us to understand and to drive all the digital initiatives, in the sense that all the communications and all the meetings and all the decisions, they need to take place. And I must say that even with these odds, we have sustained our business positions. Rather, we have grown much in deposits around. We have achieved close to 20% of growth in deposits. And in advances also, we have retained this position. We have ensured that we don't go down. And now almost even the profits are also maintained. So we could sustain this business part. I must say that we have sustained the position, and we are still well up and we are going well.
Fantastic, sir. Fantastic for sharing the business success story. Now, Mr. Rao, you have recently taken over as the CIO of the bank, and you anyways have been from the private sector banking atmosphere also. A lot of emphasis has been on areas of increasing productivity, be it by way of putting in cloud in place. How has your organization actually leapfrogged this digital work from home and security in those areas, especially when it comes to maintaining the same level of productivity, at the same time maintaining the kind of speed and agility? How have you been working in the past few months?
Yeah, firstly, thank you, Mr. Babunar, for having me on the panel. So you rightly point out that not many of the cooperative banks are in the cloud space. As far as our bank is concerned, well, we are using only for the debit card and ATM switch in a ASP model. Otherwise, we are not very much on cloud. But coming to this pandemic situation and how we managed, so it's very important to have your systems up and running 24/7 by 365. So we have implemented some automated monitoring tools. So, for example, we have this PRTG tool, which will tell you the health of all your devices in your bank, including your servers, your endpoints, and all those. And the team responsible for managing this can get their updates on their mobile itself, wherever they are, whether a link is up, whether a link is down, whether a service is up, whether a service is down, and so on. So, besides this, we have other tools like for remote working, like Unican and those kind of tools, where we have enabled critical IT staff to work from home. So be it a month end, be it a quarter end, or people not able to reach, so they'll be able to do their EOD and BOD functions and restarting of services and ensuring everything is up and running, sitting from their homes. So as far as security is concerned, yeah, that's very important, because the people connect from their respective personal devices. So what we have done is, for all these people, we have given remote work from home solutions. We have given banks' own devices, banks' own laptops with properly hardened laptops, where we have disabled the use of local drives while they are connected to the corporate network. So that way we have been able to manage the show, and I think they have pulled off quite well. So though I have joined recently, but I think the way Mr. Dimant explained, the business growth has been in place. It's actually a proof of the pudding, I believe.
Absolutely. That way, Kalupur Bank has been very versatile and probably one of the most innovative banks in the region. Let me just move to Aarti, ma'am. Aarti, you have been into you have one of the oldest infrastructure laid out in the cooperative banking sector, one of the biggest infrastructure in core banking, especially from the cooperative banking sector, which you envisaged for quite some time. Now, when it comes to putting in these technologies, especially the innovations that are coming in, the payment systems that are coming in, the cards that are coming on, today is anyways the age of innovation and new product launch. What is your experience? Have you, at any point in time, tweaked with this idea? Or when is it good to buy versus outsource to a cloud?
So I would like to thank Babu and Banking Frontier team for having me on this panel. My bank is proud to be the first bank on the Finacle, and we have procured the Finacle in 2003, and then we were the first bank to have the Finacle on our platform. That time the business was in crores, and now it is moved to the 27,000 crores. So we have adopted different technology after that, and then we are the pioneer in technology. Being the second largest bank, we actually do more innovations in our technology to give the customer services. So I would like to more focus on now cloud in terms of how business will be more beneficial if we move to the cloud. And most of the financial organizations now increasingly rely on the short time to solutions and dynamics of innovative technology to remain more competitive in the market. So we are onto the same path. I certainly think that the cloud computing promises the shorter commissioning time, then lower initial cost, as well as the reduced maintenance cost, so that optimizing the existing system is possible through the cloud solution. I am seeing that the cloud computing is gaining importance when we want to get rid of some IT scalability or IT related skills problem. As all of you are aware that there need to be a consistent IT skilled staff to support the infrastructure as well as applications, and there is always a shortage of those staff. So what if we want to get rid of the IT problems? Cloud computing provides the ability. Essentially, we can outsource the operation of IT work to the external company, and this also shift the risk and burden to the vendor. So I think that if we move to the cloud, that will help us to get rid of the IT problems as well. It is also an economic solution because if we see that legacy servers, when we want to switch from the legacy server to the cloud server, we always need a continuous refreshment of the tech, because if there are certain there is certain support to the infrastructure, and after that we have to take the tech refresh. Whenever there is a tech refresh, it amounts to the capital expenses. It involves capital expenses as well as the admin efforts. If we are moving to the cloud, we will always have a environment reduced demand for IT staff, as well as we will be able to scale to the hardware according to our needs. There will always be a flexibility and functionality efficiency if we move to the cloud. So always cloud will provide you the flexibility and efficiency. Then we can think of the disaster recovery. If there is an on-premise solution, we may have problems with disasters, and that has to be handled by the IT staff, or business impact is there. Whereas on cloud, we will always be a more disaster resistance, because the data will be available on cloud, and with clone version, the vendor will be able to provide you if any miss happens or any disaster happens. It will always be available, so you can be rest assured about your availability of the data. And even the big data management is possible with the cloud. Since the use of data is possible on the cloud, we can quickly and easily manage the unstructured data and get the MIS out of that. We can take the decision based on that. So what I think is these are being the cloud advantages, but that doesn't mean that every organization should always go for the cloud. Whenever any business decision has to be taken, whether we should go for the premises, on-premise model or the cloud model, we need to think about what are our business needs, then what are our requirements, or what are the things that we are looking from the solutions. So generally, what are the points we should consider while on-premise model or versus the cloud model? So we will think on whether we want to get IT responsibilities, reduce the IT staff responsibility, whether you want the skill staff, you want the skill staff to be deployed on the solutions, or whether you want that IT staff will be freed up for other tasks. Then you also need to think about whether you want to eliminate the capital expenses, or you want to invest in the operational expenses. You are also want to make the regular data backup, because on-premise data backup always take a lot of time. If you are more worried about availability of data or regular backup, definitely you need to think about the cloud solution will be the better solution. So all these factors together take the decision whether you should go for whether the buy will be viable or the cloud will be viable.
You have actually encapsulated all the questions that I had into your one answer. So you have not left me with anything more to ask the other panelists. The biggest thing that the bank will be interesting upon you as a cloud provider is basically trust, and the trust on how their data is going to be available, how their data is going to be safe and secure, and how that data is going to be exclusively maintained for them and made available to them as and when possible. What are the kind of SLA important clauses that you think should be there to make sure that that trust is built upon the bankers?
So I think very valid points which has been given by Aarti, and Mr. Rao also spoke about some of those things. See, one of the things which I would believe is that this industry still is driven by regulator. That what are some of the boundary lines that you define to set up the IT systems. One good thing which I've seen is that RBI has come out with a very specific guidelines for cooperative banks in order for them to look at a cloud provider as a solution provider for this. What are some of the things which they should be looking at? So from an availability perspective, I think one of the prerequisites was that you need to look at that you go for a cloud service provider who has data centers in country, so that data remains in country. That means within the law of land where you are operating, and it's not going outside of India. Okay, in specific, if you're talking about that, was one of the criteria. Second thing which they called out was that most of these cooperative banks also now are using technology, and you heard Aarti talking about Finacle. Mr. Rao also spoke about that they also have a system which is there. There are guidelines which clearly call out that all these banks need to have near zero downtime kind of infrastructure. That basically talks about that you should have capability to not only house your DC, but you should also have a disaster recovery in a different seismic zone. And in some cases, even talking about a near DR, so that you have your data always available at all times. So those are some of the things which are required from an availability perspective. Then third thing which is becoming very pertinent in these times from a cybersecurity perspective, as well as others, is the data privacy part, where there is a clear call out that when the data is stored, if it is a very critical data, then it should be encrypted in this cloud arena. Even the backups which you are taking, those should be encrypted when they are getting stored on the cloud storage in case you are taking cloud services, or even for the production system. There should be a possibility to put in some amount of data at rest as well as while motion. That means between the two data centers or from the customer's location to the data center which it is coming. So these are some of the things which you need to take care of from an availability and making sure that the cybersecurity is taken care of. There are other areas also which you need to look at. So when you are looking at, and Aarti called out very specifically here, you are not going for a capex buying. So it's no longer about whether I have procured this hardware or not. What you need to focus is what is the SLA that you are getting. SLA from an availability perspective. That means whether your application is going to be available and the underlying infrastructure solution which has been created. So one benefit that you have of cloud is you have umpteen scale available with you, but still you have to create a solution on top of that to make sure that it is redundant in nature, both within the data center and outside the data center to the BCP site or a DR site also. So one is the availability. The second thing which you need to focus on is the SLA related to the performance that you will get. When you are moving out from your data center, one of the things you are accessing this data center most of the times through MPLS network or a point-to-point network. Most of the branches would come through that. Whereas when you go to the cloud, you may be going through internet. And internet comes with its own challenges. It may be very good in certain locations, it may not be that good. So you should have a capability to connect to your cloud environment also through a secure means. If not secure means, how do you get a secure and a reliable network connectivity to that environment also becomes very important in that sense. So in nutshell, if I have to summarize, what is important is that you need to look at the availability, which would come from the reliability of the infrastructure which they have. Second, from a people and processes perspective, do they have the requisite certifications, not only for processes part, but also to support the industry vertical requirements. Most of the banks today would have the credit card. So do they have certification for PCI DSS for payment gateways? Or if there are any other certifications like SOC 1, SOC 2, SOC 3 certifications from a data center perspective. So those are some of the things which you will have to look at before you take a decision which would be the right partner for you. Because I believe here, you're not looking at a vendor, you're looking at a partner. Because as Aarti was talking about, you need to work with that partner and it would be a joint or a shared responsibility to manage that. If infrastructure is not up to the mark, business application will not work. Business application doesn't work, business gets impacted. Or if business is or the application is not stable, but you have an infrastructure which is not suiting to that kind of variability which is required, then you would have challenges associated with that. So those are some of the things which you would have to look at when you are looking at a partner here. So Babu,
fantastic. I think that is a very, very good encapsulation of the most important perspectives you should look forward when you come to a proper SLA. Dr. Jatin Naik, you have been having, on an ASP mode core banking for quite some time now. And it is not very easy for a very big bank of your size to manage on an ASP mode unless you put some systems, practices, and activities into place. How do you find cloud and ASP kind of atmosphere comfortable for the cooperative banking sector? And has it been contributing greatly into your productivity? Any things? And how are you making sure that the compliance is in place, especially with your kind of atmosphere?
Okay, thank you, Babu Nair and Banking Frontiers. As a banking business, I would like to share that in 2007, we make agreement with CH Technology, where Tata is one of the partner, Mr. Rajesh. But what happened? Few years back, Tata is exist from that CH Technologies, and now SBI is handling that service provider. As a banking business, we are like to downtime lead to a reaction of negative impact, which include customer, employee productivity, data failure, reputation risk of the bank, and ultimately loss of revenue. To ensure the security and maximum uptime of business critical data, we have undergone a specific SLA, Mr. Rajesh told, service level agreement with all the service provider in the context. Though our bank is on ASP module, data center is managed by service provider, that is CH technology. For CBS, mobile banking and internet banking also managed by them. ATM switch is also on ASP and managed by Euronet worldwide. For maintaining maximum uptime with all possible measures is a proactive strategies, as well as an understanding of the effect of downtime on business continuity. It is important to view our IT assets and resources as a strategy. Outsourcing our IT is one way to implement a strategy. Proactive plan to prevent and minimize downtime network outage instead of operating within a reactive break. Fixed response that does not contribute towards a preventive plan. Outsource IT from professional IT outsourcing company, sometimes include 24/7, 365 support. There are no holiday or weekend where our support staff is not available. This means downtime situation are handled immediately, helping our customer and employee rapidly regain access to our network and service. Few benefits to outsourcing our IT decreases our risk to downtime. Proactive preventive plan in place of our business continuity, network and server support from knowledgeable IT engineers, IT security services monitoring our network and server 24/7, data protection, hosted email, fixed budget for IT managed services. So my personally view, what I feel as a cooperative bank employee and looking to the cooperative culture, every cooperative bank have to think on ASP module.
Dr. Naik, fantastic to share your views. Let me just ask Yogesh ji. Yogesh ji, you have been a forward-looking bank, okay, and you have been also very innovative in launching products left, right, and center. I see a lot of ads of DNSP all over the place where I live. On the billboards and things, you are launching some new product or the other. Do you think when launching new products and services or new technology-based products or doing test marketing products, etc., this cloud kind of thing can be a good method for doing the kind of experiments before you induct it into your overall ecosystem? Second thing, when you have this cloud kind of atmosphere, how can compliance be worked effectively?
First of all, thanks to Banking Frontier and Mr. Babu for allowing me to participate in the panel. There are a lot of things shared and some vital inputs on how the cloud can be benefit in the current scenario. I'll just give you a classic example. A few days back, I was discussing with my CIO that 2 years before, a data center, our bank data center, there were only 15 to 20 servers, okay? And now, as on today, it has gone beyond 100. Okay, so primarily because lot of new features are coming in, RBI is expecting lot of things from a cooperative bank. And if you have to be in the race, like the FASTag is coming in, positive pay is coming, so lot of technology is coming in, and even the customer touch points are increasing. Okay, primarily in a brick and mortar model where customer was expected only to be at the branches, but now we are expecting at multiple levels, and it is increasing horizontally, vertically across all dimensions. Now, in this scenario, what we did is we first of all started with what should be our cloud strategy. Okay, like a few months back, RBI has come out with the every bank should have their vision statement. So IT vision
cyber security vision. So how similarly what we have done, like how we will go for cloud strategy, because as I'm saying, the infrastructure requirement is growing exponentially, and in these equations, having our own data center and coping up all these changes is actually next to impossible. Okay, so to start with, as I said, so we strategize. Can we move tier 3, tier 4 applications initially with cloud to get the comfort? See, because first we have to get the comfort. So once you have the comfort and you have the equation with the partner and you easily gel with each other and the SLA is maintained, then slowly you can add up new applications, so that all new applications, instead of leveraging on your existing IT team, which is already overloaded, and the new technology changes which are coming in. So we can effectively make cloud computing as our helping hand, okay, so that we can all the new changes we can go live with the cloud approach. This is first thing. And second thing, when we talk about compliance, because RBI is insisting, in fact, I would rather say the other way, that a culture is getting built.
Very, very well said. Mr. Avasti, just coming back to you once again. There are all these compliance norms that are, launched by the regulator in the past few months. How easily is the cloud service provider trying to make the banks compliant, at least from a technology perspective in this area? What is your thought? And how are you and your teams generally working with the banks to make it sure that you implement, you fast track their compliance?
Yeah, before I go there, I think very well said by Mr. Yogesh, stating that look at applications which are the peripheral applications. And then in their terms, what they talk about is systems of record and systems of engagement. Systems of engagement is where they have the peripheral applications. And they have systems of record, which is the core banking systems that they have. What we see is that when people want to try, they try first with systems of engagement applications. This could be your mobile banking or internet banking or anything which is interfacing with the other subsidiaries which you may have or the partners that you may have. So those are the applications which are tried. But coming back to your question, basically, what are some of the service providers like Tata Communication are doing to make sure that they are aligning with what the regulator is wanting? So one of the things which we have started doing, and we are working, is basically creating a banking community cloud. What is banking community cloud? It is a cloud environment, a multi-tenant environment only. But what it ensures you is that it is complying to the RBI guidelines which are mentioned as per their specification, that when they have to look at the systems of record or systems of engagement, how they should be deployed on. Which would ensure you one thing. One, it is complying to all the certifications which are asked for. Secondly, it is also taking into account the industry knowledge which could be used in creating this kind of environment. So that's one area that is taken care of. Because when you're taking cloud, one of the foremost thing which you have to be very focused on is not only related to the infrastructure, but also making sure that you have these proper cybersecurity frameworks around that also. That is also another area where regulator is nowadays very particular about that. What are the kind of security controls that you need to have on your infrastructure, be it on your data center or be it on the cloud environment. So how do you make sure that you have an infrastructure provider who's coming with a solution, not only for the cloud infrastructure, but also helping you in creating the cybersecurity framework. And I'm just naming some of them, okay? One of the things which they ask for is obviously all the systems which you have should have a perimeter firewall. So everyone will have firewalls, next generation IDS, IPS systems. Since there would be internet banking, there would be a web application firewall, which these are very standard generic things which would be there on the cloud environment. But there are requirements related to database access management. There are requirements related to post intrusion prevention systems. There are requirements related to privilege identity and access management systems that need to be deployed. If there are transactions which are happening, and if possible, they also look at the HMS systems also, hardware security, HSM, sorry. Hardware security modules also need to be there from a engagement perspective. Lot of these applications are also now moving towards a new architecture, which is microservices-based architecture, which is cloud native. Today, yes, Finacle Lite version that you talk about is available on those kind of environments. So how do you make sure that you have security inbuilt in those environments where you have a containerized infrastructure as part of the cloud, but you have security inbuilt into that particular part? So those are some of the things which we as a service provider make sure that we look into when we are designing this solution, and that's what we take care of when we deliver this as a service from Tata Communication perspective. Just keeping it short.
Thank you very much. Now coming to Mr. Srinivas Rao, since you have worked more from the private sector banking sector area also, can you just tell from your understanding, experience, or probably from what you have seen in the industry, what are the most interesting applications that have traditionally suited for the banks, especially maybe like analytics or things that probably today's cooperative banks are not doing, but things that can easily be used by the cooperative banks, especially on the cloud? What are those interesting, nice to have, low-lying fruits there?
Yeah, so a lot of the panelists have spoken about the benefits of going on cloud and all that, but there are a few riders that accompany that. For example, if you put your analytics or some such system or net banking or mobile banking on cloud, you need to take care of all the interfaces that are required with your core banking and all those systems. So in my view, we should take those applications which are kind of standalone, say your development environment or your UAT environment or your mailing system, for example. So those things will be a good starting points for banks considering their entry into the cloud. So because the lesser the number of interfaces, the lesser the complexity of implementation is what my take on that is. Because we have seen in my earlier organizations where we have done this cloud-based implementations, we have typically taken those kind of use cases where the number of interfaces between your cloud infrastructure and your on-prem infrastructure is minimal. So if I have taken examples for the remote working, so all our remote working VDI was implemented on a cloud. So that way, so where the interfaces are minimal, so that was one of the factors, because otherwise you will spend a lot of time building those interfaces in the first place and securing those interfaces.
Interesting. That's a good perspective, because banks would ideally like to know, when, how, and what to move into the cloud. These are the 3 steps in which if we start.
Now I can say that RBI has also come up with good compliances in terms of the legal governance risk, and then you can say the SLAs with the vendors, third-party vendors, and the compliance audit, what should be expected from the cloud service provider, certification that they want to ascertain from, and what are the audit right to audit clauses. So all this has been been provided by the RBI in a circular, cyber security circular, and that will actually embrace the future of cloud. And I think every banking should think of the cloud. As rightly said by Srinivas Rao, I will also support that you should start from the email cloud, and then you can also ascertain the cloud for the UAT environment, test environment. That will help you, or that will give you the confidence in how the cloud works. Rajesh has given that how the security compliances can be ascertained. So that is a fantastic information shared by him. So everybody, I think banks should now, all the cooperative banks should think on the cloud security model well.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yogesh ji, any quick one-liner from you?
Yes. So the banks will have to, as rightly suggested by a couple of colleagues here, so banks will have to first of all get the cloud strategy ready and the incremental approach Okay, how incrementally we can go and we can mature the cloud way, because it will slowly get mature. We also have to look at how we can implement the zero trust network, okay, in all these scenarios, and what will be our how we can go to market fast, because that is the need of the hour. We have to be in the competition, and how we can leverage on the cloud technology, okay, which can give the business benefit, okay. So that will be that will actually lead or that will actually enable we board of directors to assign a better project for the IT department and IT initiatives of the bank. Yes, that's it.
Fantastic. I think you have touched upon zero trust. That is something that has not yet reached the borders of the many of the cooperative banks. It is still being talked at the elite banking circles. But I am glad that cooperative bank is speaking about zero trust. While I want to take it up very seriously, I don't think we will have a time to talk more about zero trust. But thank you very much for bringing that point into this conversation. Jatin ji, any last comment from your side? Sir, you are on mute. You are on mute, sir. Yes, you are unmuted. You have to be unmuted. Yeah.
We are going to change our CBS totally, and we are talking with right now with TCS and Finacle. So cloud computing is one of the factor which is prescribed by the TCS, and most probably as a name of the Tata, and we trust on it. So in near future, we switch over total CBS platform with cloud.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, sir. Srinivas ji and Dhiman ji, any interesting observation you would like to?
Sir, upgrading skill is in fact our priority, and we are working strongly on that so that the entire staff get fully equipped to serve the customers in an expected manner. So that is what we are trying to do it, and we are generating many applications on our website also, where the customers can immediately approach for loans and other things. So technology upgrade is a real continuous process which we are going on. And about cloud, it has been a very recent talk by everyone to promote cloud, and now we are actually very fortunate to have Mr. Rao, very experienced from Axis Bank, and hopefully within the next year you will see a tremendous change in our entire IT working and all that. Also, that's what we are expecting. I'll just allow sir to speak more.
With respect to the cloud, so it is imperative or it is mandatory to have the cloud strategy in place. Like what RBI has mandated IT vision statement for each bank. So that vision statement should necessarily carry your cloud strategy also. So going forward, there's no doubt that you need to go on cloud. But so at the same time, so you need to have a two-pronged strategy. One is to migrate your current applications to cloud, how you will do and when you want to do. Second is a new application that you want to procure, new solutions. You should build into your design that they are cloud native and cloud supported, so that you can be on cloud from day zero. And at the same time, you need to have your skills developed in-house on those microservice architecture and cloud native applications, so that it's a seamless transition. I think it's important to have these facets built into your IT strategy.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that quick one. And Rajesh ji, I ultimately ask you to share any closing remarks that you would like to share.
Yeah, I think what I want to say is that cloud adoption within banking and specifically cooperative banks, it would be a journey. They have already invested in IT infrastructure, which has not been depreciated in their books. So they would want to sweat those assets before they move into cloud environment. They would have different lifetimes basically, or life cycles which are there. So integration between the existing infrastructure and cloud infrastructure is going to be very important. And that's where provider like Tata Communication could be a good partner, because we are into cloud, we are into network, we are into security, which would take care of all that environment from an infrastructure perspective, so that we become a digital ecosystem enabler partner for these cooperative banks. So that's what I would want to leave it with.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone, for a wonderful participation. Before I sign off, I also want to put an emphasis on one of the most important points, that whatever best security, whatever best technology, whatever best tools you deploy, ultimately it is the security or everything is dependent upon the people who are running them. Even if it is Intel inside and idiot outside, it will not work. So we would definitely want to have a great human resource which is managing this technology and nurturing people, harnessing the technology talent and the business talent is the most important aspect, irrespective of whatever technology we have. And the umbrella organization also, which is talking about putting together a lot of resources into it. Let us hope that the umbrella actually opens up and shields the entire cooperative sector against the raids that are being faced by the sector. And we all look forward to all of you having a healthy, wealthy, safe and prosperous cooperative banking in 2020. Thank you very much, everyone.
Hello, friends. Welcome to FCBA 2020. We are in the midst of a fantastic annual conference. In this session today with me, I have Mr. Rajesh Awasthi, who manages hosting and cloud services at Tata Communications. Rajesh has a quarter of a century of experience in technology management, covering sales, business development, product management, technical pre-sales, infrastructure services, etc., for large multinational service providers, system integrators, and many others. Earlier on, he's worked with leading technology companies like NetApp, EMC, Unicom, HP, Wipro. So welcome, Rajesh. FCBA look forward to some wonderful insights from you in this fireside chat.
Thank you, Manoj. Happy to be part of this discussion.
The private sector banks have been earlier adopters of technology all over the country. And that is one reason they're also the fastest growing among all kinds of banks. But now with digital everywhere, no bank has a choice to delay technology adoption, right? So what kind of technologies and solutions do you think cooperative banks should now adopt to march ahead and keep pace with all the banking leaders?
Yeah. So, Manoj, yes, you're right. Some of the private sector banks were the early adopters of technology, and they reaped benefits. We saw exponential growth for those banks. And looking at those banks, some of the other mid-sized banks that you have today, they are also adopting technology very well. What we have seen working for them was they looked at what are the guidelines which are available as part of the regulator. That means RBI giving them some guidelines to create a technology platform which can be used to deliver their services. Or if when the internet banking started off, people started doing their transactions through through internet. Okay. Again, touch with the human went away. So systems of engagement came in. So internet banking came in, which would at the backend interface with the backend core banking system, which was there. And similarly for mobile banking and B2B banking also is going in that same direction. Yeah. So what is important for cooperative banks is to leverage some of these technologies which were deployed by these private sector banks, but also leverage on cloud first models. When I say cloud first models, what it means basically is a lot of these banks are very regional banks. they cater to a specific region. So they have a finite number of branches which are there. They have finite set of users who are accessing that environment. So viability of creating your own data center does not work out. वो मतलब cost effective नहीं रहेगा. Okay. Because from an RBI mandate perspective, what they say is that when you are creating this core banking centralized repository of your environment, you need to make sure that it is never down. So that means you have to create a DR setup which is nearby, and you also have to have a DR setup which is in a different seismic zone. So if you are in Maharashtra, a cooperative bank from Maharashtra, probably you need to have something possibly in Hyderabad or Bangalore or Delhi in a different seismic zone. For a smaller or a mid-sized cooperative bank, creating this kind of infrastructure becomes unviable. So that's where for them, it is better to adopt cloud and hosting technologies where they leverage on the players who run this as their living, okay, like Tata Communication. This is our core line of business. And we are servicing some of those banks. So it becomes easier for us to tell them what is something which will pass through the regulator or some which would not pass through. Second thing which I wanted to highlight here is being a network provider also, apart from the data center and cloud services provider, we give that benefit again to the cooperative banks, because we are not only talking of data center, we are saying we'll give you an end-to-end SLA, which includes data center, network, and also cyber security, which is going to become very pertinent in this scenario. We look at what RBI is doing, or in the insurance segment, what is IRDAI doing in that particular space. So that's an area that we do focus on, okay? And then if there are some policy changes which are happening from the government perspective, we do make sure that those are also taken into account in our engagement model with our customers and help them transition if there is a new policy which is coming in.
Okay, yeah, that's another point, because right now from the news we see that a lot of government is also getting involved from its side on data privacy and security and all that.
Yeah, so that's going to become very important in times to come, because you've seen from RBI perspective, वो शुरू से पहले से ही बोलते थे कि data residency has to be within the law of land, which is India में ही होना. There are some certifications in that particular space, and when RBI tells some of these banks, they say that whosoever you are outsourcing to, you need to make sure that those guidelines are met. So there are some certifications like ISO 27017 and ISO 27018. These are related to personal identifiable information security. So how that data is secured on the cloud environment is something which is taken care as a process rather than based on a technology only.
Okay. So in the sense you're saying processes are more reliable or more better way to deal rather than just technology.
It has to be a combination of all. Okay. From our perspective and our engagement, any outsourcing deal. So what we tell our customers when they are evaluating outsourcing partner, and these are guidelines which are given by RBI also, there are a couple of things which you should look at. आपको देखना चाहिए whether they have the right skill set. That means, do they have skill set to manage the infrastructure which is required for your applications to work? That is one. So that is people related, skill set related. Second point is, उनके पास processes हैं to take care of multiple such customers, because when you're managing one customer, people are good enough. But if you're managing multiple customers at scale, processes help you to make sure that it is done in a consistent way. So people, processes are important. But all this should be assisted by the technology that they are going to use and what technology they are going to deliver to you. So ये तीनों चीजें बहुत important होती हैं whenever a customer is looking at outsourcing it to. And this becomes very relevant from cloud times, because cloud time में आप ये नहीं बोल रहे हो कि मैं server खरीद रहा हूँ या मैं storage खरीद रहा हूँ. What you are buying is basically service. So what you need to focus is on the SLA, service level agreement that you will sign is important. Or service level agreement is dependent on these three things which I spoke of. People, which is the skill set, processes which are there, and what is the technology behind that to support those kind of environments.
That's interesting because we talk of all these IT companies providing services, but it is IT plus process plus people which is providing the actual service.
That's correct.
Another issue we have seen that RBI, apart from coming out with a large number of guidelines, especially in recent days, they're giving the banks lesser and lesser time to comply with those guidelines. How do you see Tata Communications in general as, being able to adapt quickly to the new requirements that RBI puts up?
Yeah, see, and first, हमारे को समझना ये जरूरी है why RBI gives such a short period of time to implement whatever guidelines they are coming. We are living in an age where cyber threats are evolving by the hour, by the minute. Okay. So what becomes important for us is to move at similar pace or faster pace than what is happening in that area. Because when technology becomes your backbone or foundation to run your operations, because आज की date में we don't have, and I'm using that term, बही खाते नहीं है हमारे पास. हमारा बही खाता is that technology system which is there. If that gets impacted at the back end, your entire operations can come to halt. Okay. Recently, we saw one of the very large private sector bank being impacted multiple number of times, and RBI took a very big stance on that you can't add more customers unless or until you have fixed up your technology environment, your processes to take care of that scale. Okay, that's going to become very important in that age. So from Tata Communication perspective, what we help is, what we do is basically with our experience in working in creating these environments for these banks, what we have created from our side is a banking community cloud. Okay, and I'm giving you some parlance here. What do you mean by community cloud? Banking community cloud means basically it is an infrastructure cloud like any other cloud environment, but it meets the requirements which are set by the regulator in that particular. It's not only banking, actually it is financial services. It includes even the insurance and other companies also. One of the other area which we do, one is obviously setting up the cloud infrastructure, but we are a full-fledged managed security services provider as well. Okay. And that's where we actually closely work with some of these regulators to make sure that we are up to date on those requirements. Because I'm just giving you an example for government. They had Ministry of Electronics and IT created empanelment for cloud providers for use of government customers, government and PSU customers. उसका काम हमने जब वो empanelment हुई उससे 1-1.5 साल पहले करना शुरू कर दिया. So they were consulting us to क्या कैसे evolve होएगा. What are some of the recommendations that you have apart from others? Similarly, in this space also, we do work with some of the bodies which are under RBI, like IFTAS is one, which works on this specific area. Yes. So we try and see that we work with them. If there are any consultations which are happening on technology evolution, we become part of that forum. One, we get the understanding what customer is looking for. Second, what other technology vendors are talking in that particular space and how we can circumvent some of those areas. It's a collaborative world. हम उसमें नहीं रह गए हैं, उस दुनिया में नहीं है कि यार वो मेरा competition है और मैं उसका competition. It's a cooperative world. So there are technologies where we will compete head on with those providers. There are areas where we will compete and collaborate also with them, and we may become partner. I'll give you an example. Okay. We have our own cloud. We call it as ISO Private Cloud. It is a multi-tenant cloud environment that we have created, which is METI empaneled basically, and it takes care of those requirements also. But we also partner with AWS. We also partner with Azure. We also partner with Google. Okay. So we are a reseller and a managed services and a professional services partner for them. Okay. So it's a cooperative world. In some places, I'm competing against them. In some places, I work as a partner for them. That's the world we are living in.
Very interesting. And that's quite an insight actually. I want to shift to the other side of the spectrum, that is customer experience. Uh, there does Tata Communications play a role helping cooperative banks? Because today even the most basic customer is adopting technology engagement systems the way you described earlier.
Yeah.
Is that an area of something for Tata Communications?
So yeah, I would put it in two areas. One is what experience I give to the cooperative bank. That's one part of customer experience. But what is important for the bank is, as a technology provider, how do I help the cooperative bank to give a better customer experience to their end customer? Okay.
Correct.
That is what is more important for them, because
that's what I was referring to.
Yeah. So that's where what we bring to the table basically is from our side, that we as a provider, as I told you, we are a digital ecosystem provider. So apart from setting up the cloud infrastructure or a hosting infrastructure for the customer, we make sure that it is secure by our security services. But we as a provider are also a network provider also. And some of these locations for cooperative banks would be very remote locations where the traditional network may not be possible to be deployed in those locations. That means you can't have a MPLS or a point-to-point link because it is such a remote location and you don't have that capability. But yes, nowadays you have internet available in most of those locations. How do you make internet as an enterprise grade to give a customer experience in those remote locations is one of the areas that we are focusing on.
Okay.
So we have a subsidiary called Net Foundry. What it does is basically it creates a software defined application aware wide area network using internet as the backbone. Okay, so if a customer has a broadband in their branch location in those remote locations, that is good enough for you to create connectivity to the central site which you may have. Okay, that is one. In times to come, when 5G comes in, the same thing can be deployed on that. What this solution from our side or service does is, one, it creates a secure channel over the internet. Second, it accelerates the application. Application जो भी आप use कर रहे हो, वो जल्दी से जल्दी जो end user है उसके पास पहुंचनी चाहिए, jitters नहीं आने चाहिए इंटरनेट की तरफ. So वो part वो करता है, जो Net Foundry वाला part है, that does that particular part. That is one. Second is, if customers are looking at an enterprise grade collaboration services, and I'm assuming some of the cooperative banks have also very high net worth customers of theirs. अब उनको अगर differentiated services देनी है, okay?
Okay.
And they want to give a service, and this is something which we have done for one of the large PSU banks. For their HNI customers, they have created a model where they could have a video discussions, not a phone call, but a video call whenever they need a support. Okay. So that's something which we have enabled with our unified communication and collaboration services. So in that way, we are giving that customer experience to their end customers. When they are happy, obviously our customers are happy. I'm not saying cloud is not important. What is cloud is also important because cloud is a technology platform. अगर उसको मैनेज करने के लिए कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स को बड़े स्किल्ड मैन पावर रखना पड़ेगा. So what we enable in that space is that you don't have to worry about the platform. We will deliver it as a managed services to you. That's why I handle managed cloud and hosting services. So I manage my own cloud. I give it as a managed services to them, not just a platform. I give a managed AWS environment or a managed Azure environment. What AWS or Microsoft gives is just a platform. What I deliver on top of that is the managed services, so that bank does not have to invest in IT staff to manage this infrastructure. Because, and I'm not being naive here, okay? Some of these cooperative banks, because we have more than 2,000 cooperative banks, maybe in very remote locations. Nagpur would be the central hub for them, okay? I'm just taking a hypothetical example, or it could be even tier 3 city where they might have their headquarters, okay? वहाँ पे एक skilled manpower who's trained on AWS and Azure may be very difficult to get, okay? Okay. So how do I make sure that I run the managed AWS or Azure or a cloud environment which I have, which is my own, I give in a managed services form, so that they don't have to invest people and skills on that particular environment. So that's something which we do from a customer experience perspective. And we have a specific team called as CSMs, which is Customer Services Manager. Their work is to look at an entire life cycle of the customer. कि जिस दिन वो हमारा customer बना, उससे लेके till the time they continue to remain our customer, they look at working as a Spock for every requirement. So you don't have to go, यार अभी मेरे को sales team के पास जाना है, अभी मेरे को support के पास जाना है, अभी मेरे को billing information के लिए अलग बंदे के पास जाना है. They kind of become the single point of contact for them. For
that itself is the customer experience.
Yeah,
between data communications and
yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
very interesting, very interesting. Since you talked about people part of the equation of the service, so and naturally cooperative banks don't have access to the topmost IT skills. What do you think? How do you think cooperative banks should leverage whatever IT skills they have? And how can Tata Communications complement IT skills that it has with those, so that overall the bank has a better IT experience, IT deployment?
So very good question. And this is where we say that it is a world which is where we'll talk about shared responsibilities. Okay. And in shared responsibility, बहुत important चीज होती है कि यार आप क्या करेंगे? मतलब what is your accountability as a service provider, as Tata Communication, what is your accountability and what is that customer would do? So normally in this scenario, when we are talking of a managed environment for a customer, we say, आप focus करो कि आपका business क्या है और business को run करने के लिए या grow करने के लिए what are some of the policy changes that you want to bring about. So policy define आप करो. Okay. Implementing that policy and taking care of that policy is something which we will take care of. Okay. So that is where we as a service provider come into picture, that we will say that you need to have a couple of people, I'm not saying, or maybe one or two persons who understand your business and who understand your business applications that you are deploying, because we are not into applications. Okay. That person should be able to guide us कि यार ये मेरा business requirement है, ये मेरा business application है उस business requirement के लिए. Now I want minimum these guardrails to be there. इतना minimum policy framework मेरे को बनाना है. अब उस policy framework बनाने के लिए क्या technology use करनी है, क्या processes define करने हैं, and how you will manage it, that is something which we take care of. So it's and that's why I stated that we have created this role called as CSM or Customer Services Manager for this purpose only. Because जब RFP या tender आता है तब तो clearly defined होता है. But if you are signing, let's say, a 3 years or a 5 years contract, what will happen inside that period? There has to be a change request board which should be there, advisory board. That means if any changes have to be deployed, and that board is basically where you would have that person which I was talking of, जो policy बन के बताएगा कि आपके business context में कैसे चलती है. And we will have our set of people who would work, the CSM team, who would work with them to tell how technically it can be implemented. So any changes which are required will be taken care of by them. Okay. So that's the kind of function that we work with most of the customers. In this particular space.
Interesting. So since you're talking of this person who understands the business side of it also, what kind of benefits does Tata Communications itself bring to the table? The key benefits to banks, to cooperative banks particularly.
So for cooperative banks, I would suggest the main benefit that we bring to the table is that we become their technology partner. So we take care of all the technology needs which they would have to run their banking operations, which could include the data center or cloud infrastructure, which could include the cyber security framework that needs to be created around this cloud or data center infrastructure, which would include how the connectivity for basically going to these centralized data centers would be taken care of, and how their end user experience is taken care of. So these are certain things which we will take care as a digital ecosystem player for the cooperative bank. What they need to focus on is on the banking, which is the core. We don't know that line of business. That is what they know best. Okay, उनको हमारे से ज़्यादा अच्छा आता है. Although we do have within Tata Communication a line of business which looks after the payment solutions. So we call it as Tata Communication Payment Solutions. तो आपने वो Tata Indicom के ATMs देखे होंगे बहुत सारी जगह में. Okay, that's where we do the white labeling of those for some of the banks basically. So if as a customer you're looking at a partner whom you can look at as your digital ecosystem enabler from an infrastructure perspective, that's where Tata Communication will come in. With our network services, with our cloud and hosting services, with our security services, and with our collaboration suite of services which we have. So that's the space, and mobility space is where we will work with customers. Specifically for the cooperative banks, that's what we can become as a partner.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll come to my final question. It's very easy to say technology, people, process, support, TSM, blah, blah, blah. But what is Tata Communications overall at a very high level? If a bank board were to look at what does Tata Communications represent and bring, and what is the differentiator?
So I would say cooperative bank. Yeah, I would say the foremost thing is the trust of Tata brand. Okay.
Okay.
That's one thing which is what they are assured of, that the services which they are getting from Tata Communication are up to that mark. So you don't have to worry about a partner who is not there for you to support you in whatever way you need it. Okay. That is one. Second part, with the trust, obviously comes the responsibility to make sure that because of us, there are minimal impact on your business. I'm using minimal. I could have used no impact but technology is there, technology fails. Okay. So you have ways and means to deploy systems which take care of such eventualities, but it also depends on what is the appetite which customers would have. Okay. To deploy, because everything comes at a cost. Although in banking side, there are guidelines, strict guidelines from RBI. Those are certain things which take care that minimum level of availability and performance is taken care of. And that is what we will assure as a technology provider to the cooperative banks, that we are a partner, technology partner, who's there with you to support for your today's requirement. But not only that, as you move into other technology areas, we would evolve as a technology partner at the back end as well. Okay, that's very important, and that's what they will get when they work with Tata Communication in the areas which I spoke about: network, cloud, hosting, security, unified communication and collaboration. These are the areas where we help our customers, and this becomes the backbone or the foundation for laying a digital core for any cooperative bank, and that's what we can enable.
Thank you, Rajesh, very much. Thank you very much to the Tata Communications team for being a part of FCBA.
Thank you very much for a wonderful session on cloud. Now, the next in the line is to have an interesting conversation once again on what are the digital innovations, the key to survive and thrive. Digital has become imperative in today's current atmosphere. And what strategies do the cooperative bank adopt? You are all Goliath, you must have heard of the story of David and the Goliath, which is basically the biggest demon. And when you're a David, a small bank fighting a commercial bank, what kind of innovative leveler technologies? The digital is the key leveler, which empowers every cooperative bank to be as innovative, as forward looking as the larger banks. So, what are those technologies? What are those strategies in digital? Let us try to learn this from Amit Sharma from Infrasoft Technologies. Amit, welcome to this session and do share your short presentation with us.
Uh, Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Papu, for short introduction. And thank you so much for having me over here. So I'll be taking a few slides on digital innovation. So I hope the presentation is visible to everyone.
Absolutely.
So digital transformation is happening slowly in banks, but due to current pandemic, this has become a critical for entire banking industry ever than before. Like other organizations, bank will need to meet their customers wherever they are. Customers have embarrassed their digital journey on Facebook, Instagram, Apple, Google Pay, and WhatsApp. And for new customers who is more younger generation, user experience is far more important than ever before. When banks are looking to excel, they need to look into direct competition, and where they also need to think but where the people are spending most of their time. So connecting to customer on social media platform, allowing them to open an account digitally, providing them customer service through various channels like chatbots, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, etc., and will have a huge impact on customer service and experience also. So look at the trends in last couple of years on customer onboarding. In 2019, 65% customers opened their account by visiting branches in person. In 2020, which has reduced to 55%, and I'm sure if banks are offering such platform on a higher numbers, then probably this number will go down drastically. So total digital customer have increased from 22% to 13% in a year, and more customers are preferring mobile banking, internet banking, and chatbots for any interaction with the banks. And this number will continue to grow on month basis.
Let us have some conversation in Hindi also if it works for you.
I see. Okay, I see. So these are a couple of industry facts. India digital lending market will grow more than $1,000 billion by 2023, and there are more than 3 million loan application gets processed every month. It takes around 2 to 3 weeks to average, processing time for a loan. More than 65% applications are rejected because of poor data availability of various reasons. So it's a basically a SME sector which actually finds very difficult to get a loan. And I'm talking about lending more because lending is probably the most important and biggest money earner for the bank, and it is also an activity. It hasn't changed much in the last couple of years, especially cooperative banks के अंदर में. This was very difficult to change because the way they've been working in last couple of years, and probably in last couple of decades, I would say. So not many people has a fantastic experience while taking loan. It is not easy as calling for Uber or buying something from Amazon. So it takes around a couple of weeks to get a loan, if not months. And that process needs to be changed. That mindset needs to be changed. And today, if you can buy a fridge, phone online, why can't a customer get a loan online? So this is something I'm actually pushing today. And of course, there'll be a stiff competition from fintechs. Fintechs, everyone knows they've been using technology to disrupt everything what a bank does today. From a payment bank to a merchant bank to insurance to a lending, you have seen in the last 5 to 7 years, I think a lot of great startups have come, and examples like and which has created unicorns. Examples like Amazon, Google Pay, Paytm, Uber, Airbnb, Policy Bazaar in insurance space. You've got Bank Bazaar in consumer lending space. Therefore, it is becoming far more important for a banks to upgrade their platform as soon as possible and to stay relevant with their customers, especially for the existing customers and the new generation customer, which is very friendly with the social media platform, which is like swipe application. You should be able to compete with those mindset in the future. This is a typical landscape of a digital platform. where banks, more and more banks will have to adapt digital platform. So that includes customer onboarding with the video KYC, customer service through handled tablets, UPI and instant payments are necessary for all customers these days. Everybody wants to make a payment through UPI. In fact, small vendor भी आप market में जाएंगे, तो he wants to pay anything through कोई भी सब्जी लेने भी जाएंगे आप, तो पेटीएम यूज कराएंगे लोग, UPI यूज करना चाहेंगे, गूगल पे यूज करना चाहेंगे. So these are the more relevant things for any customer these days. Any assistance inquiry through bots, because WhatsApp has become so much popular these days. हर conversation के लिए लोग WhatsApp use करना चाहते हैं. तो if anybody gets a banking experience through WhatsApp or any banking service which you offer through mobile banking can be also availed through WhatsApp. So that will be a great experience for all the customers. Complete omni-channel experience with internet banking, mobile banking, which is also goes to your chatbot platform as well. So there's an end-to-end platform. You can actually fill up the application somewhere. You can go to your mobile. You can open up things on your laptop, and then probably you can submit through on your PCs. So this is something is a seamless experience which customers are looking for. Then of course on the other side, complete lending process digitally, the lead management on big techs like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. You can follow your customers wherever they are. Somebody is planning for a vacation, you want to offer them a loan, or somebody actually going for education. So do you want to offer them an education loan? So all those things is possible on a big tech platform. And these are things which is happening in the world. I think they'll be also appropriate for corporate banks to adapt this as soon as possible. Also, auto reminder calls through bots, so which is driven by AI. So bots can, make a calls to a customer. It can be your reminder calls for the payment. It can be your marketing calls. If there are anniversary on birthdays, you want to remind customer, you want to give them a better offer. All that is possible. And it also understands the customer behavior. Somebody is driving everyday office between 9 to 11. It actually understands the customer behavior. It does not pick up the calls. Or somebody wants to pick up the calls on the weekends while he's sitting at home. He has a more time to think about his investments or to think about any future investment on the product side. So all that is possible using AI and machine learning. And of course, this AI and machine learning can be also used for early warning and compliance. That will surely help banks to predict customer behavior, keep it check on NPA, which is always a larger problem with all the banks. And AI engine also to be used for fraud detection and fraud prevention, which is very difficult to do it with the naked eyes. So in all, digital platform is all about complete end-to-end experience from a customer journey perspective, right from account opening, digital KYC, loan approvals, disbursable, the payment part of it, the lead part of it, everything needs to be adapted and changed accordingly. A part of customer experience, digital platform brings you one more advantage over here, which is a very big thing, which is a cost. See, based on the facts we already know, it takes around 1,500 rupees to onboard a customer. We have gathered a lot of data. We keep speaking to different bankers, different events. This is the cost of infrastructure, the cost of property, the cost of staff, and other costs definitely involved into this. And on other hand, if you go paperless on a digital onboarding side, costs come down to less than 100 rupees. In some cases, it's less than 50 rupees. So which makes it more affordable and viable to any banks to increase customer base, invest more into area which require more investments like sales and expansion. Imagine a customer visiting 3 times to complete documents before couple of calls, and all this pain can be taken out of the system by simply adopting digital platforms. Everything can be stored digitally. No documents are required to store for, let's say, 20 years down the line, and everything can be stored as it is with all regulations given as a platform by RBI as of now. And if your costs goes down in the market, and then definitely you can focus on increasing your market share dramatically. And what it does, it also brings you the level playing field, where the larger banks are focusing more on HNIs and corporate loans, and the microfinance have done well, relatively in some of the regions in rural sector. The SME, which is a complete underserved sector, which has been the main customer base for all cooperative banks in India. And SME has the largest portfolio in the entire ecosystem, and that can be served well. And in the entire pyramid, the bottom of the people in SME, those are the people who gets more difficulties to get the loans, and to more get the more difficulties getting served to any other banking channels, and they pay very high rate of interest to any third parties or any agents to get very simple loans. So this is something which can be completely done on through digital platforms. And of course, end of the day, you see a lot of joy on the customer side, since he's onboarded while he was sitting at home with his family, and also gets a loan in 10 minutes in his bank account when he needed it most. So this is something which can be done. So these are the couple of product enablers offering, which is given by Infosoft. Kia has been number one digital platform. We have been partnered with the 8 PSUs banks in India. We manage close to 18 to 19% national traffic on our UPI platforms. Kia Open Banking platform, we have more than 150 open APIs available on marketplace. Universe AML solution is the number one ranked solution with more than 250 banks, tier 1, tier 2 banks globally in more than 50 countries. Finaro Loan Origination is a complete lending suite, which is a right from loan origination, management, and collection. It's complete offering for retail, SME, and corporate. You can onboard a customer. You can actually run a complete underwriting cycle with all cash flows for retails and for SME and corporates, and you can do a disbursement and complete management of the loan. And of course, the collection part of it is also automated over here. Kia Omnichannel solution is a seamless experience for internet banking, mobile banking, and WhatsApp. So this is also applicable for retail, SME, and corporate all. Kia Eco and KYC for customer onboarding solution through mobile app, through chatbots, through internet banking, through your laptops. You can actually open up accounts within a couple of minutes with all regulations done. You can onboard a customer. He can start doing transition in a couple of minutes. Then Kia Chatbot and WhatsApp Messenger for customer service, inquiry, anything which you offer, any service which you offer through mobile app. It can be also done through WhatsApp, which actually opens up a complete different paradigm because there's unlimited possibilities of questions of query which is coming from a customer on those platforms. And then, of course, Kia Contact Management, which is a complete AI-based, machine learning-based platform, which actually reminds customers on collection part of it. So you keep a check on your NPAs, and also you can use the similar sort of algorithms to make the sales promotion calls. You also understand if somebody is also paying a last installment, whether you want to offer him a new loan or something is also possible. So more or less, this is all from my side. Thank you so much.
Of what thank you very much for a wonderful session and giving an overall perspective of what a digital solution for the cooperative banking is like. One of the most important things that today post the regulations by the regulator is that the banks have to concentrate a lot on the retail banking sector and a little bit on the SME banking sector, which ideally is also the foundation or the strength area of cooperative banks. And I'm sure that if you carefully deploy some of these solutions to the banks, probably in the future presentations, you may probably like to align what kind of solution would fit into what kind of business area, and probably make it a little more vernacular. It would make a lot more, interest to the vernacular audience as well. And you have to ultimately reach the heart of the people to have any
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
conversation and involvement with them. So thank you very much for this presentation. We
Thank you
will
so much.
definitely
Thank you so much.
ensure
So,
that it reaches everyone. Thank you very much.
thank you so
Now
much.
we can proceed on to our next session, which is going to be a very interesting session again. Post the lunch, we are going to have a session on cyber insurance. Amit, you may probably log off of the platform. Uh, Meantime, friends, we will be starting the session now post lunch at about 2 o'clock. That is going to be the session. We will be playing some interesting videos, but I'll also request each one of you to go to the stalls. We want to give you a little more networking time to visit that 4 to 5 stalls that are there in the networking area. We have kept a small gift for somebody who is going from the bank for the first time into the stall. So we want to make sure that more and more banks are visiting and taking advantage of these uh, products that are there at the stalls. This is one of the objective that we are having there. But more importantly, we want to, as we go towards the post lunch session, we are talking some of the most critical things. One is the cyber insurance, which is an area of key concern to the cooperative banks, where you have to plan for untoward incidents of security in your banks, and which can be absolutely depleting your profitability in case if it is not looked into. So, what is cyber insurance? How is it going to impact your business? What are the new things that would happen in the area of cyber insurance? How do you value your cyber security? How do you make sure that we are going to have a very strong cyber security policy in place? What are the losses that are covered? What are the losses that are not covered? How do you go and interact with the cyber audit personnel? Because ultimately cyber auditors would definitely come to you and try to seek all the relevant information. What are the type of information you would be required to share with them, so that you get a fair understanding and fair reimbursement of your claims? These are all some of the things that we are going to share in that interesting cyber insurance session, which Mr. Arjun Bhaskaran will be sharing with us from the sessions. In top of all this, we would also like to share with you a very good CEO session which we are going to have in the post lunch session, where we are going to have Hello New Normal, where we are talking to few select industry CEOs on what they see as an opportunity in the new normal. How are they not only just overcome what difficulties in this session, in this COVID times, but after coming with this, what are the opportunities they are seeing? Is what we are going to discuss in the Hello New Normal. Most of you who have been regular attendees to this FCBA Awards would have known that we have this session called as Voice of the Visionaries. And this Hello New Normal is nothing but the voice of the visionaries in this particular CEO session. Followed by that, we will look at the payment session. The payment session is going to focus a lot about what are the kind of innovations in payments that we are going to see, and how can cooperative banks make more and more money from payments. What are the kind of security measures in payments to be put into place? This session is being moderated by Mr. V Babu. Again, we have some very interesting 3 to 4 bankers who are coming from TJSP, SPC, Karasheri, and we have got Saraswat Bank also as a part of this conversation. So we have the best of the banks talking about it. Followed by that, we have our award function, which you are all waiting for. So this is what we will be having at the end of the session. Do keep visiting the stalls. Do share your feedback with us, especially on FCBA at bankingfrontiers.com. Our teams will send you a mail. We have to keep sharing that information from time to time. So I would request the teams to now start playing the next video for the before we break for the lunch. Thank you very much. See you after the lunch. Before that, we have one short video to be played. Thank you.
The cooperative banking sector will be very crucial when we look at taking India to be a $5 trillion economy in the coming years. At Infrasoft Tech, we believe that digital technology adoption is imperative for sustainable growth of the cooperative banking sector. Digital onboarding solutions, cloud-based core banking solutions, adoption of digital payments, and having loan origination solutions will help the cooperative banks have better control over operations and enhance customer reach. Hello everyone, I am Rajesh Mirjankar, Managing Director and CEO of Infrasoft Technologies, a specialist company for digital solutions including core banking, RegTech solutions and digital banking solutions with a clientele of over 500 banks across 55 countries. It's my pleasure today to engage with the stalwarts and various participants from the cooperative banking segment. And I wish to thank the FCBA team and Banking Frontiers for this opportunity. We've been associated with the cooperative banking sector since the last 25 years. And we feel this is a matter of pride for us to be associated with the sector. We still go back to our roots of working with the cooperative banking sector and enhancing the service offerings and product offerings for this sector to make sure we provide relevant products that can help cooperative banks in this country grow. The cooperative banking sector, in my opinion, has a very large role to play. It is going back to its origins of customer centricity, community lending, and bringing about self-help grouping to be able to then render growth for the MSME and SME sectors that will really drive the growth of India to be a truly $5 trillion economy in the coming years. What we see as the contributions that the cooperative banking sector can do is to really be able to reach out to the micro industries to be able to provide them adequate finance. What we've seen through the times during the pandemic is the whole need for the bank employees to be able to access their systems remotely and for customers of the bank to be socially distant while being physically and digitally connected to banks. Let's explore some of the opportunities that technology brings forth for the cooperative sector to grow out of the situation that the pandemic has put forth. In the whole economic revival that will follow through, banks will need to strengthen their adoption of cloud solutions to be able to have remote access to their systems and to ensure business continuity. What we need to look at is adopting digital onboarding solutions, and these could be based from having tablet-based access for employees, having business correspondents being able to add up to the exploring new business areas, as well as looking at video KYC based solutions. The other core aspect is that when you look at the growth that is likely to come, it will come from payments segment as it has shown in the last 3 years, and hence cooperative banks will need to adopt digital payment solutions across the board for their operations. And this will include adopting all the facilities of what NPCI provides within India in terms of IMPS, UPI, and all the other various segments including RuPay cards. MSME and SME sectors are those that will see maximum growth in the coming times. And hence, when cooperative banks look to use a risk-based approach for lending, you will need to have the adoption of loan origination solutions that use a data-driven approach for risk assessment, a credit scoring model, and being able to underwrite this using data that you find and you understand from your segment. From state cooperative banks, district central cooperative banks, and PACs. PACs could in fact adopt a business development model for the DCCBs in having POS-based lending. This will ensure that you are not waiting for customers to come across to your branches and hence have the need to expand the branch layout, but in fact reach out to the customers in being able to get across to a door-to-door approach for expanding the bank's business. There is a need to look at a risk-based internal audit approach when you look at how books are maintained. So it's not just core banking solutions that are the need of the hour, but also in-depth MIS and understanding of what sectors you lend to and looking at a risk-based approach for that lending to then continue. There is also a need for technology to come in when you look at surveillance of not just your lending portfolios, but also looking at the digital landscape and ensuring that the bank adopts anti-fraud solutions to be able to have a AI-based approach for looking at trends that you see as, let's say, either frauds or potential frauds. So if I were to now summarize about the technology adoption across the cooperative banking sector, there is a need for urban cooperative banks to adopt more investments in a data-driven approach to be able to have a risk-based internal audit that can be in line with what are the expectations of the Reserve Bank of India. This will not just help you be compliant, but also have the ability to raise new capital. The other aspect when you look at the urban cooperative segment is to have the digital onboarding and the digital adoption when you look at customer access across multiple channels. That will really help you have the outreach during these times of social distancing. When we look at the state-owned cooperative banking segment, state cooperative banks and district central cooperative banks can look at adopting cloud-based core banking solutions or core banking solutions that are on a common data center that is accessible by the PACs as well. This will ensure that when you look at key aspects of interest subvention, when you look at the loans being sanctioned and capital being underwritten by state cooperative banks for DCCBs and then by DCCBs for the PACs or the primary agricultural credit societies, there is a straight-through processing in terms of how this is taken up. These efficient operations will help the banks have a higher control over operations and also ensure that finance for farmers and artisans, etc., is easily available through digital systems. This is a crucial time for the sector, and I truly believe that the industry can come together to look at convergence and collaboration rather than competition when it looks to exchange ideas around technology adoption. We see a key role for Infrasoft Tech to now continue to contribute to the technology and thought leadership within this segment, and I look forward to an opportunity to engage with you all at the right time. Thank you so much for your time, and I wish to thank FCBA and Banking Frontiers for having given us the opportunity to be able to engage with you today. Thank you.
I have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India. When I look at companies in that sector, I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say 65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI, which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say about 99% of our work is online. 1% which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are seeing, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in
blockchain and distributed ledger could be used almost from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
And most of it should be replaced with a new technology, because the Windows, the security, attacks. So there are huge demands in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is doing is it's forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, and data privacy.
I have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India. When I look at companies in that sector, I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 60-65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is
I have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India. When I look at companies in that sector, I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 60-65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI. Which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say about 99% of our work is online. 1% which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are seeing, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in,
blockchain and distributed ledger could be used almost in the other, from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
And most of it should be replaced with a new technology because the Windows, the security, attacks. So there are huge demand in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is doing is it's forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, and data privacy.
I have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India. When I look at companies in that sector, I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI, which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say about 99% of our work is online. 1%, which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are saying, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in,
blockchain and distributed ledger could be used almost in the other, from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
And most of it should be replaced with a new technology because the Windows, the security, attacks. So there are huge demand in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is doing is it's forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, and data privacy.
I have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India. When I look at companies in that sector, I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 60, 65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI, which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say that 99% of our work is online. 1%, which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are seeing, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in,
Blockchain and distributed ledger could be used almost in the other, from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
In most of it, it should be replaced with a new technology because the Windows, the security, attacks. So there are huge demands in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is doing is it's forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, data privacy.
I have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India when I look at companies in that sector. I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 60-65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI, which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say that 99% of our work is online. 1%, which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are saying, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in,
blockchain and distributed ledger could be used almost in the other from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
In most of it should be replaced with a new technology, because the Windows, the security, attacks. So there are huge demands in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, data privacy.
I have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India. When I look at companies in that sector, I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI, which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say about 99% of our work is online. 1%, which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are saying, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in,
blockchain and distributed ledger could be used almost in the other from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
In most of it should be replaced with a new technology because the Windows, the security, attacks. So there are huge demands in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is doing is it's forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, data privacy.
I have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India. When I look at companies in that sector, I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI, which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say that 99% of our work is online. 1%, which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are seeing, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in,
blockchain and distributed ledger could be used almost in the other from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
In most of it, it should be replaced with a new technology because the Windows, the security attacks. So there are huge demands in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is doing is it's forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, data privacy.
I have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India. When I look at companies in that sector, I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI, which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say about 99% of our work is online. 1%, which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are saying, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in,
Chain and distributed ledger could be used almost in the other, from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
And most of it should be replaced with a new technology, because the Windows, the security, attacks. So there are huge demands in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is doing is it's forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, data privacy.
have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India when I look at companies in that sector. I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 60, 65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI, which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say about 99% of our work is online. 1%, which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are seeing, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in,
blockchain and distributed ledger could be used almost in the other from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
In most of it, it should be replaced with a new technology because the Windows, the security, attacks. So there are huge demand in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is doing is it's forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, data privacy.
to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India when I look at companies in that sector. I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI, which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say about 99% of our work is online. 1%, which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are saying, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in,
blockchain and distributed ledger could be used almost in the other from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
In most of it should be replaced with a new technology because the Windows, the security, attacks. So there are huge demands in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is doing is it's forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, data privacy.
I have to say we're a bit jealous of you here in India when I look at companies in that sector. I think you have been very, very innovative.
If I invest, say, 65 lakhs, today I save about 60 crores in claims that I would have paid.
Banking is no longer going to be a place, but a lifestyle for customers going forward.
There are about 120 banks that have already signed for GPI, which accounts to about 75% of the global correspondent banking traffic.
I would say about 99% of our work is online. 1%, which is mandated by regulation, which is the power of attorney, happens to be a physical paper base.
What we are saying, we are trying to put together a physical model, a physical and a digital model in,
blockchain and distributed ledger could be used almost from the other perspective, where it can be used maybe to facilitate financial crime.
Back on technology and employees should be aided by technology. It's a no-brainer that the world is changing. You have to be digital.
In most of it should be replaced with a new technology, because the Windows, the security, attacks. So there are huge demands in the market.
CIOs understand the world is moving. CIOs see where digital business is going.
When you have connected devices, so much of data floating around, it's very important that the payment systems become very secure. And that is where we come into the picture. We have introduced tokenization.
I think GDPR is doing is it's forcing us as an industry to really focus on data protection, data security, data privacy.